Shireen. I'm an ICT teacher. I'm working in Ras Al Khaimah, and I completed my master's in computer science and engineering. Here I'm going to present my paper, Enhancing Literacy Skills in Students with Learning Disabilities through Assistive Technology, Multisensory Approaches, and Brain-Computer Interface. I think this is a new technology that is related to Neuralink. Here, why I'm introducing this paper means because the literacy challenges that remain one of the most important thing. The students, they have dyslexia and dysgraphia. Okay, so I think everyone knows, most of them are teachers here, right? So dyslexia means the students, they have the difficulty in the reading, and the dysgraphia means they have the difficulty in writing. Okay, for an exam in reading, the phonological processing, and the writing for the reading, the coding also, it's difficult to them. So here we are using some assistive technology for their academic purpose, but it is only a separate version we are using, but we didn't and one more thing here, for example, in schools also they are using some AI technologies like Level Up is they are using, IXL is using for the improvement of the reading and the writing of the students, right? Okay, so, and this one also, the brain-computer interface means it is connected to their nerves, and then through that we can get what they are thinking, how, and also if they, what they think, it will reflect on the screen. Okay, this is my paper that I'm going to introduce.
Is it a software or is it an app or what?
It's a system that I've come to point. Yeah. So here, why the purpose of the study? So here it will improve the literacy skills of the students to analyze the multisensory and AI-based learning support. I will explain all this step by step, and it will help the future adaptive educational technology, because here now in this education we are not integrating the BCI, we are not integrating the AI technology, assistive technology and AI. We are using that. Here I'm going to build a system including all these technologies. So here it's mainly focused on 3 questions. The first, how do assistive technology support literacy development, and what is the key role of AI tools, and how we can use the BCI to enhance the engagement and personalization in the literacy learning. So it will provide the main aim of my research, that how it will evaluate the effectiveness of assistive technology tools for the literacy. And the second one, how we can notice their personalization, I mean the academic wise. And the third one, the integration of assistive technology, artificial intelligence, and brain-computer interface. So here, there are so many research already done based on this assistive technology and BCI. So I think everyone is not known about the text-to-speech, speech-to-text. So here we are using that, even the ChatGPT also we are using that assistive technology, right? And another thing in Microsoft, immersive reading, and Google Word typing. We are using these technologies for the development of the students, right? For their literacy skills. And the multisensory and AI-based learning. What is multisensory means? Here you can use some, there are different levels. That is visual, we can use the multisensory, and the auditory we can use, and kinesthetic, right? So here, how we can integrate these multisensory approaches with AI. Okay, so all this research, it's already done. Okay, so then the BCA. BCA means we are communicating our brain to a system, that is the brain-computer interface. Then, okay, in EEG, that is BCI, there are 2 methods we can use, that is invasive and non-invasive. Invasive means we have to do the surgery and we have to put the electrode. Through that, we can get the students what they are thinking, their sensor motors, everything we can get through the waves. Okay. Then non-invasive means that without using the surgery, we can use a cap of electrode. Through that, we can get the waves, and using some machine learning, some algorithms, we are converting that into text, or we are converting into speak. This is the overall idea about BCI, AT, and AI. Now, okay, this is a overall picture of this assistive technology. We already know that some text-to-speech devices, applications, and the multisensory strategies, that mainly the WACT. And then the last one is BCA. This is an overall picture about all these technologies. Here I done one research based on that, but I didn't use the BCA. It's a conceptual form. Here I collected two group of students. The one, they use the AT, they use the multisensory approaches. And the remaining, the other one, I didn't prepare any technologies, only the traditional learning I use. So you can see the pre-test and post-test. Those who use these technologies, they have some increment in their literacy, in their academic way. So these are the technologies that you can apply in your class. It's not representing the students, those are not, they have a disability, but we can also use the normal students, because some students, they are very lazy to write, so we can use this type of application to improve their academic. So these are the application we can use. So usually the Microsoft Immersive Reader, it's a free software. And the AI platform. Why we are using the AI platform means, once the students, for example, if the students done their academic, how we know how there is any progress? So it will give, using the AI platform, it will give the performance of the students. So these are the AI tools. We can use the Grammarly, and even in Microsoft Immersive Reader, we can check the students' progress. And this is the working of brain-computer interface. First, we will use this type of non-invasive electrode. Then we will get the signal. After that, using the feature extraction. For example, feature extraction means we are just removing all the errors. For example, if we connect it to our scalp, it will make some noise. For example, the student, he is or she is blinking, it will also form some error. So through the feature extraction, we can remove all the errors. Finally, using the classification, here we are using artificial intelligence algorithms and machine learning to convert that into text, or then we can convert that into speech. Okay, then we here in the monitor, we can get the output. Through that, we can see what the students, they are thinking, or what they are supposed to in their mind. Some students, they are very difficult to speak. So through this BCI, we can see what they are thinking, or we can see what they are going to write. So,
I have a question.
yeah, I will give that time, okay? So this is a BCI framework. Only the BCI framework, the brain, it will use the EEG, that is electroencephalograph headset, and then signal acquisition means it is collect the data. After that, it will reduce the noise removal, and feature extraction means using there are some waves. I think you are familiar with the EEG graph, right? So if the peak waves, that will get the attention. So P300, that is the signal, it's related to the cognition. Okay, so we will convert that into text using the AI and machine learning. Then we will get the text output, or you can, if you want to text to speech, we can put another application. So these are the steps. And here, how I can implement this one. Here I explain what is assistive technology, what is AI, what is BCA. So here I am proposing that there is an integration of all this, that is assistive technology, AI, and BCA. The first one, okay, if the students start reading, Okay, so using a multi-sensory device or multi-sensory content learning. Okay, after that, once the students start reading, it will use some assistive technology, right? For example, if the students, he or she is using the VR, that is a assistive technology, then it will convert, we can use assistive text to speech. Or if we can hear the audio, right? So it will convert to text to voice. Then using the AI, artificial intelligence, we can compare the performance. Okay, we can get the performance, overall performance. For example, if there is error, if there is any, their performance is weak. Okay, that is the one side. And we are using the EEG technology, that is BCI. Through that, through the waves, we can get the performance. Okay, so we can get the performance through the AI, and we can get the performance of the through the BCI. Now we are integrating a AI algorithm. Through that algorithm, we can get the how they presented. So if they are low, if their confidence level is low, we can change their task. Okay, so through that, and if it is very difficult, for example, if it is very difficult to identify the sensorimeter, because the multi-sensory approach is different. For example, reading is there, visually we can do. So we can change that into reading to visually. So through that, we can get their real-time performance through this cognitive learning. So overall, in my research, I pointed that here it will enhance the literacy, and it will also help for the personalization and engagement of the students. And then here, even no one, I think they didn't apply this in the educational field, but they already, BCI is already applied in the medical field and communication field, but we can apply this in the our education field. So that's all.
Your precious Saturday afternoon to be here with me. Very excited to talk about social emotional learning and exploring the connection between screen time and social emotional learning. We've all heard about screen time, the impact of screen time, what that means for our children and how it leads to social isolation. And we've been exposed to more recent books about the anxious generation, which talks about screen time and the impact of screen time on our children. So I'm here to explore the connection and tell us what is the road ahead and what can we look forward to with social emotional learning. I'm Sudha Shankar, as Mr. Ramar introduced me. I'm the founder of True. We've been at the cusp of developing a platform for social emotional learning. I'll go more into the detail, but I wanted to start off with the problem space. I'm based in California. I'm here in Sharjah to give a presentation. We are based in the US, and we have been actively working with schools in the US. So getting started with the problem, this might not be new to many of us here, but we are entering an age of mental health and heightened levels of stress in our younger generation. UAE, in fact, has had a good well-being score in general compared to the rest of the world, where the score has been in surge from 62 to 74% in the last 1 year or so. However, even there, with the Gen Z and Gen Alpha, which is the latest generation which you're all teaching, they are the generation with highest levels of stress. This is due to academic pressure, lack of friends, bullying, other kinds of teasing happening in the classroom, relational aggression, and the lack of right kind of friends whom they can connect with. And this sense of belonging that's missing is leading to different types of stress. And a rise in emergency visits has been associated with mental health in the recent years. And the government, of course, has taken great initiative and is offered a 600 million commitment in terms of transforming social emotional learning in the UAE itself. So moving forward, so we know social emotional learning is important, and we know there are many schools, many teachers who believe it's very important. But why has it been hard? Why has it been difficult to provide social emotional learning at schools? Why has it been difficult to actually make that change with children? So there are a couple of reasons, and we'll go into that. So number one, there are the global CASEL frameworks, and then we have praise dispositions from an IB standpoint, approaches to learning. We have different standards which talk about how we talk about self-awareness, social emotional strengths. It talks about stress management, etc. However, these are static frameworks, and what this means is teachers will have to work on these frameworks to develop a lesson plan and a curriculum in terms of what needs to be taught. And this doesn't have a structured grade-wise progression in terms of what needs to be taught in a specific age group and how the skills can progress over time from a social emotional learning standpoint. This leads to planning fatigue. Teachers are already busy and they are burnt out, and how can they make more time to create more lesson plans, which doesn't have a structure today. Secondly, it's very hard to measure social emotional learning, primarily because how can you measure the self-management of a child, the social awareness of a child, their responsible decision making? How can those be measured? It's challenging, and we can only move what we measure. So it's always easier to move literacy scores and mathematics scores because we know, and there is math associated with it, and it's easy to move it. But with social emotional learning, it's always been hard to measure it. So how can you actually move something you can't measure effectively? So are the children doing well? They're not doing well? We see they are stressed, but what's really the problem? We're kind of stuck in the space between that. Third, the solutions that exist today, there are some solutions where there are videos. They provide some kind of curated videos which explain certain skills to children, but they're all passive, and that helps with cold cognition, which is they know what is the theory, they know what the emotions are, how to manage it, but when put in that moment of stress, right, it says 30%, but more recently this year's stats says it's less than 5% of the children can actually regulate themselves in the moment of stress, which is hot cognition. So there is an action gap between cold cognition and hot cognition, between knowing what to do versus actually doing it. So how can we help them with that? And why do we have an action gap? This is exploring the linkage to screen time. So number one, they're spending a lot of time on the screens. So they're learning a lot, So they know what emotions are, they know what's happiness, what's sadness, what is frustration, what's confidence. They know these emotions, but then they observe it, they don't practice it. So they are stuck in a world of observing these emotions without being able to practice that. Second, there is no space to take a mindful gap. And this is from my own experience growing up in India. I was growing up in a very academically high pressure environment. There's no space to pause. There's no space to have mindfulness and reflect. And that space is missing in many environments today as well. Some schools have made a conscious effort to create that space, but that space is largely missing as well because there's so much syllabus to cover anyway for the children. And third, there is reduced social interaction. Those days children were outdoors playing, and they don't get to do that now. They kind of play on Minecraft, or like kind of try to do virtual play sessions and play with virtual gamers as opposed to actually being out there and playing. So there is reduced interaction in general. So you get better only when you practice, so there's no opportunity to practice. And finally, the why is not clear sometimes. So the rules are like, it's because I said so, but why should they not be doing something? Why is it unsafe to run in the the classroom corridor? Or why is it not a right idea to whisper secrets when you're having lunch with some friends and not include some other friends? Why is it wrong to do that? They don't understand that. So the solution, we need for them to have an ability to practice their skills, which is the most important because they know some of these things. They just need to have an ability to practice this. Secondly, they need to know the consequences and therefore the ability to reason in terms of what is the right thing to do. They need to know the consequences of certain behavior. The why is important. So social emotional learning in many ways goes hand in hand with critical thinking. It's like, why should you not do something? Why should you do something? They should know that. Third, the social interactions have to be facilitated. So someone must be observing them and providing feedback on how they're talking with each other, how they're communicating with each other, how they're expressing. All of that needs to be clearer to them. And finally, they need to have a space to pause and do mindful reflections. This could be mindful breathing, this could be mindfulness expressed through art, this could be mindfulness through journaling, whatever it might be, there is a space for them to pause. And that's important as well. So introducing True, not like this is the silver bullet to all the problems, but this is something that we've been trying in the recent past. We've been around for a couple of years now and building in schools in California, New Jersey, and expanding into India and UAE. And we've been taking a very specific approach in terms of how we are rendering social emotional learning. It's a story-based experience. It's a 3 to 5 minute story. It's an interactive story. So within that story, there is a pause for the teachers to reflect with the children. Why do you think that happened? What do you think? Why did the character do that? What do you think was the problem here? There is an opportunity to reflect. And then it's followed by 15 to 20 minutes of peer-to-peer discussion and classroom interaction. So it is not a one-on-one immersive screen time, but it's a facilitative screen time session. And in that facilitation time, there is no screen involved. So there is a story. The story is used as a basis. So it could be a story about teasing. It could be a story about caring for the environment. It could be a story about reducing single-use plastic. And it could be any of those topics which is about social awareness or self-awareness. And then there is a discussion in the classroom about it, followed by one-on-one practice where it's a space for them to come up and do their mindful reflections on a one-on-one basis. So this follows the research gold standard, which is 5 to 15 rule, which is 5 minutes of screen time should always be followed by 15 to 20 minutes of in-person interaction. So what we want to serve as is really being the bridge from the digital world to the real world. That's really the objective of what we're doing here. Eventually, if the time becomes 1 minute here and 25 to 30 minutes here, we are very happy because that's our goal in terms of facilitating classroom interactions and sparking those conversations. So really what it does, therefore, it's a character-led storytelling which is based on learning sciences. And it's based, in terms of framework, it is based on Castle and Paul Elder critical thinking framework. And in terms of what we have for the students, it's authentic assessments. So there are questions that will be asked on the platform where we are able to truly understand how they're feeling, how they're doing, what is their sense of belonging. This wouldn't feel like questions to them, but ways of us understanding through genuine interactions on the platform on how they're doing. So we get a sense for the whole child, And we are able to measure this on the platform. We can measure where they are in their maturity from their time they started to where they are right now, and the whole child compass really, which is their sense of belonging, the support they are receiving in classroom, at home, the rules around digital screen time that they have at home, all of those things which contribute and impact their learning experience in the classroom. And then for teachers, again, it's aligned with Paul Elder's framework and castle thinking, and it's zero prep. Zero prep meaning the lesson plans are there for every story. So we have a 200 story journey for the children, starting from age 4 through to 11. And it's a story a week, and every story has a moral, and that moral will be discussed, and then that has a prep, which means it would be one single question to orient the children. So let's say it's a topic about teasing. So it would be like, why do we think it's a bad idea to name call somebody? So that will be the question of the day, and that entire session would be focused on that single question and helping children come up with reasons why not, and actually understanding through reasoning. And then for the leadership, really, there's dashboards, and it's audit ready. It helps with compliance, and it helps achieve standardization across classrooms. When there are multiple classrooms, everyone's got a structure that they keep up to. And this is a snapshot of how the dashboard would look like. It's got like, we could see what stories they finished, what is the theme that they finished, how do they spend their time doing mindfulness breaks, what are the kind of work that they've done in terms of mindful art, and what are we learning about them, their whole child compass, their growth in terms of social emotional learning as well. This is a little bit of our how. We are an AI-based platform. So in the story layer and the analytics layer, we use AI, and we understand the journey of the learner, and then we adapt and learn about their core ways in which they are engaging. We are able to understand their needs and then have a personalized journey for them. So a kid who's really good in self-awareness, we won't give them more self-awareness stories, but we'll recommend social awareness, which is again based on our own recommendation algorithm, which we recently patented. So outcomes, we are seeing that educators are saving 90 plus minutes of planning time, because the lesson plan is ready, and they walk in with the story, and they're viewing the story with the children, and they have like step-by-step instructions on what to be doing. And 2-point maturity growth, which is we'll measure social emotional maturity on a scale of 1 to 4, 4 levels, whether they are like a theorist in the sense they understand the concept, or whether they are an ambassador in terms of actually being able to show off that concept, that skill by practicing it. And that 100% of the children moved from level 1 when we implemented this, and when we were piloting a study, we did a randomized control trial. And our learners also showed a 2-point improvement in the span of 6 months. And we've had 10,000 plus global projects that we've done over the last year or so, and cross-curricular gains, because we have text on the platform and voiceover. Children are picking up sight words and starting to, their literacy is also going up, and helps calm neurodivergent learners, because we have muted colors, and we're based on learning sciences in terms of a calming environment, no overstimulation on the platform, and it's very intentional. Anyway, that's a summary of what we have. Any questions?
put it here? Yeah. That's fine. Okay, I'll do that.
much everyone for joining our session, and sincerely thank
I'm Farah Siddiqui, Kindergarten Academic in Charge at Leaders Private School, Sharjah. Okay, so before we dive deep into the session, a coordinated early intervention, let us just imagine that we are having a puzzle piece. Okay, I'm having one piece of puzzle. The parents are having the other piece of puzzle, whereas the specialist, they are having the other piece of puzzle. Okay, we all are trying to view a bigger picture. Will we be ever able to come up and see the big picture if all these things are fragmented? No. We cannot. We cannot. For us to see the big picture, we need to come onto the same table, right? So the vision, the main vision, is to bring the teachers, the parents, and the specialist to one table, working together for one unified goal. What can that goal be? Yes, the growth and the success of our children. Yes, this is what is coordinated early interventions, from fragmented support to unified growth. Okay, the support, it is not that the support is not present. It's just we are trying from our end, the parents are trying from their end, the specialists are trying from their end, but they are not on the same table. Yeah, we are trying it at different ways. They might be trying at different levels, okay? But yet the kids are struggling. And the reason behind their struggle is this fragmented support. We don't know what we are doing, we don't know what the specialists are doing, and parents don't know how to cope up. Yeah? So let's move on. The challenge, the main challenge, that is the system silo, or the silo effect we call. And what is the silo effect? The teachers, they identify the difficulties. Okay? The parents are worrying at their end. Then the specialists, what they are doing, they are trying to work from their end, maybe giving ILPs, the individualized education plan they are giving. Okay, it is just on papers. We all know that we are struggling day to day. Okay, yeah, we are struggling day to day, and what our main motive is the development or the support that we are trying to give to our children, which is not happening in real. And the reason that is not happening in real is, again, the fragmentation of the support. Okay, so that is the main problem that we are facing as of now. Okay, that is called as the silo effect. Okay, and one more reason is there, the acceptance from the parent. It is where the teachers are struggling. Yes, no, my child is not doing that way. Okay, unless they accept, unless they are ready to collaborate with the teacher, they will not accept. Okay. So the teachers are struggling to make the parents understand, then the specialists are struggling. Unless we get a confirmation from them, we will not be able to move forward. Yes? Yes, we cannot move forward. Yes, no problem.
When you say specialist, what are you exactly referring to?
I'm exactly referring to if it is a physical problem with the student, if it is a physical disability, it is the doctors. Okay? If it is a neurological difficulty, it is the special educators that we are having in schools. Yes? So these two things I'm referring to. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, these are the ones I'm referring to. Yes, yes, no worries. Okay. So the support system for children are frequently fragmented. School, family, and health providers often operate independently. Yes? Inconsistent care, divergent strategies, missing critical windows. We are able to, as teachers, the immediate ones are teachers. Okay? We identify the student, then we move on and we go to the special educator or the counselor to get the support. Then what the counselor do? They contact the parent, okay? And in return, then again it is delayed. See the gap, it is delaying, yes? And every day, a delay every day, this has been proved from the research, that is the PRISMA 2020. Okay, it is a 10-year of vast, extensive research program which has been done, and it has been proved. Every day delay, the child is moving away from the development and the support. Okay, the child will struggle the more it is being delayed. Yes, it will increase. Okay, and it will be very difficult for us to bring the child back. The critical pivot and the complex intersection. Now, can anyone let me know what do we understand by the term the critical pivot? It is the major turning point. The gap that we are having, like if I recognize a child, okay, that is the immediate time we need to action upon it. That is the time, that is the main critical point, where the turning point where the child is going through. But what is happening? It is being delayed. It is being delayed because we have a hierarchy. We need to follow that hierarchy. Parents are not accepting, parents are not knowing, they are trying, no, my child, because the child is into a home environment, they are thinking, no, the child is not doing anything. Okay, the child is fine. But immediately when the child comes to the school environment, the child is socializing, there is where the teacher comes to know. The teacher realizes, yeah, the child needs support. Yes, but again it is delayed. So the critical pivot or the main turning point is, if we are not actioning upon it, the gap is widening every single day. And the complex intersection, the intersection of these three, the parents, the teachers, and the specialist. Okay, so these intersection, if we do not intersect, if we do not come together on the same table, it is proved, it is research work. It doesn't work, it will never work. So this was the main central research question of our systematic review program. Okay, what happens when teachers, parents, and health professionals work as one connected system? What happens? We will reach to the goals. We will be able to support, yes. We will be able to support our children. Yeah, we will be able to achieve what we want them, like we want them to achieve something. We want to, the milestone that we keep the milestones. It's okay if the child is not ready to write. It's okay if the child is not ready to color. It's fine. But an emotional support, okay, a social interaction, behavior challenges, okay, these are the things that we are setting as a milestone for the child. Okay, so once that is our main goal, that we are looking for a holistic approach. Okay, all together we are looking for a holistic approach, but how do we start that? How do we start the holistic approach? Can we do all the things all together at once? Not possible. Not, they are small children. They are small children. They need step-by-step intervention, step-by-step help from the parents, from the specialist, from us educators, from the line managers also. Yeah, even from the SLTs. Okay, the moment they are moving around in school, they need support. Every moment, every step, they need support, and that support is to be shown or is to be known to the parents as well, that this is what we are doing. Next step, how you can help. You also collaborate. There needs to be a coordination. Exactly. So what is the practical tool? Excuse me. So the practical tool that we came up with, okay, let us come to, this is the review system. This is how the research work was done, how it was planned. There were 1,712 records which were found altogether from a study from 2015 to 2025. Inclusion criteria focused on peer review English studies involving kindergarten children with learning difficulties. It can be any learning difficulty. Maybe physical, emotional, neurological, anything, okay? where teachers, parents and health service providers jointly contributed to intervention planning, and we reached down to 5 papers which were finalized for the main narrative synthesis. This research work is not on calculations, it's not mechanical, it's emotional. Okay, it is a touch between the parents, the teachers, and again the specialist. So the 13 assessed for eligibility, out of which the 5 final studies were taken up. The unified impact. So with our key question, if we all work together, the impact would be speed, empathy, and precision. Okay? So that would be our impact. Children are identified sooner. Parents move from recipient to partners. This is a must. Okay? Without this, we educators, we are helpless. We cannot do anything. Okay? So what we have tried to, parents move from recipient to partners, significantly reducing stress for both home and school. How the parents are helping the students, we don't know. What kind of platform they are providing, what kind of speech they are talking with the students, we don't know, we are unaware of. What kind of intervention they are doing, because parents are not professionals. Yes, what kind of intervention they are doing, we are unaware of. So, and even they are unaware of what we are doing in class, what support we are providing. So there should be a platform. There should be a platform. It's not about increasing our workload. Please, okay, there shouldn't be anything that would increase our workload, but yes, we need, if not the holistic development, step-by-step development is very important for our students. We only talk about holistic, but how is it achieved practically? Okay. Unless we come to the same platform. So a platform wherein immediate, like now everyone is on social media. We have ample amount of time for social media, but if there is a platform, why not use the social media or the digital platform for the benefit of our kids, rather than spending our time, or the parents spending a lot of time in TikTok and Instagram. Okay, at least every day, if 10 to 15 minutes it's spent, yes, what they are doing, immediately it should be updated. Okay, today, because behavioral changes, every day the child displays a behavior change. Yes, so what we are observing, it is updated in the platform. What parents have observed, okay, today this was done, but instead of accepting that, the child did something different. Why was that different thing done? Okay, so if that is immediately updated to the specialist or the teacher will work on that. Yes, and if the same thing the teacher does, okay, this intervention plan was done in the classroom, that parents can take up from there in the house also. So if the goal is same, the result will be same. Yes. Now the plus model workflow. Now this is something which was, which is something similar. What they think, it was done in Sweden. It is done in Sweden actually. Okay, it is the shared responsibility. We also do the same thing. Okay, we are as teachers, we are recognizing the child. Then what I said earlier, recognition of the student, and then we update our line manager, then it is going to the counselor, okay, then the counselor is contacting the parents, then parents are called. You see the ample amount of time which is being wasted. The parents are contacting, the parents are called in school, they are being given a form. This is what is followed. Yes, they are being given a form, they are being taken an acknowledgement. There again the teacher is struggling, again the counselor is struggling, because they are not accepting that there is a problem with the student. Okay, so each step delayed. Okay, it is a delay in the development of the child. So this model is currently followed in Sweden. Okay, but we are also somewhat similar, we are following this already. Okay. Now, the digital dashboard that I was talking about, we use this digital dashboard as a bridge rather than a placement for a human connection. It is just a bridge. It's not just that, okay, I am putting something, the teacher is putting something, the parent is putting something. No, it should be worked upon. Unless it is worked upon, there is no use. It is not a TikTok or a social media or something. It's just like we are scrolling and seeing. It's not like that. It's not an entertainment thing. It is for our children. It is for the benefit of our children, which should be taken up very seriously. So technology serves as the bridge that makes the information visible without adding extra work. So they make individual goals. Tracking becomes easier for all the three of us. Then the alignment, they help everyone stay on the same page without adding unnecessary extra work. Okay, so we all know about the PDCA cycle. We plan, we do, we check, and we act. Okay, so when we are planning, we are doing, we are checking, but by the time we are acting, it is too late. Okay, so for this cycle to complete for the benefit of our children, it is very important that the action is rigorous, action is quick. Okay, so the development is not delayed. Okay, on a scale of 1 to 10, how well does your current system share data with parents? Are we actually doing this? So that is the reason 85% reduction in identification of the delays. Okay, and what is the biggest barrier to sharing digital dashboard in your professional setting? Just think over it. What is the biggest barrier? If we are setting something and sharing this digital platform, if we are creating something like that, what can be the barrier for that? Maybe the hierarchy. Maybe the parents will not like. Okay. Again, it is the same thing, that acceptance is not there.
Sometimes they want to be as private as possible.
Yes.
Not to let the other people
Yes.
or neighbors or
Yes.
fellow classmates to know.
No, if this is a digital dashboard wherein only it will be very private. It will
Some are very reluctant to actually
accept it, and they think that if something is going on a digitized system, it will be there forever. Yes, yes. So now a vision is, we are not just identifying difficulties, we are uncovering the potential of the child. It is not just identification. Okay. Integrated data support system are the essential foundation for effective early childhood intervention. Call to action, what can be the call to action? Advocate for one unified meeting, at least one meeting a month, okay, between school and health providers. We start from the most complex cases. There are many cases, but at least if we can start from the most complex cases, we can help assist that child. Okay, if we can come together in school, a unified meeting.
Sometimes the parents want to have very quick results.
They want quick results. It is then the work of the specialist. It is the work of the specialist to tell them the step by step, the gradual process. That is what it is about.
Awareness in parents also needs to be increased.
That is very important.
They don't accept it as something that they should like without feeling that guilt or some kind of like
Yes,
stigma
yes.
to approach it.
Actually, this is becoming a taboo.
Yes,
It's becoming like a taboo. They think like, no, my kid is not like that. They are just tagging. Now,
I wanted him to be tagged as special tomorrow.
yes,
or like that.
yes, yes. So that is where we all are facing challenges now. Okay, so my conclusion is multi-agency collaboration among teachers, parents and health professionals lead to improvised, individualized goal attainment for kindergarten children. You're most welcome. It's just that when we collaborate, children don't just cope, they thrive. We want them to nourish, we want them to flourish.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Session.
Thank you so
And we
much.
are
Learning spaces. My name is Vineet, and I'm from Victoria International School of Sharjah. So as I ask you the very first question, before we just discuss about that question, what are we going to gain from this session? The whole reason behind this session is when we are in the classroom, we go and teach. Do we see beyond that? Do we see the relationship? Do we see what the kids are feeling, the background they are coming from? How was the day in the morning, when they enter your classroom? And we, as teachers, what we can do to make that place better one for them. So we're going to talk about the relationship. We're going to talk about heart and minds, because when your hearts are connected, your mind will automatically be connected. Yeah? We're going to talk about teaching with connection and without. What is the difference between that? We're going to talk about teacher-student relationship in the classroom and how it affects the behavior. We're going to talk about the strategies, one simple that we can share with each other, because we all are using different, right? So let's talk about that as together as a team, what we can different in our classroom to make that learning space better for the students, for the teachers, for everyone. Now, before I start, I want to ask you, how many of you read the room when you enter? Raise your hands. Why? Can I ask you?
Because for me personally, my job is not to impart information. It is to, and I teach seniors, so for me it is to prepare them for the next stage of life. And if I don't have that connection,
Exactly.
And there are times, and it's sometimes difficult. Now I'm an agency as well, so I might walk into somebody's class and ask them, why are you teaching? Now I'm one that sometimes you walk into class and you realize today, not the day you follow your lesson plan, because you'll be repeating it tomorrow. So
True.
you have to think on your feet and come up with something that it's kind of educational, but you're not teaching the content you were planning to for the day.
As a teacher, as an adult, when we walk into the classroom or any other room, even this room, we can feel the energies. Same happen with the students when they walk in the classroom. They know if you like them or not. They know who are your favorite students. They know if you don't want to be a part of a certain group where they are involved in, or how you're involving in other students' groups. They know. They can read energies just like us. That's why we are humans. That's the connection is there. I ask you the question, think about a teacher who made you feel seen. What did they do that made a difference? Now I'm going to give you 2 minutes to find a person in this room whom you have never met and discuss your experience. Even if you don't remember the teacher, that's okay. Even if it's your worst experience, that's fine, as long as you remember. So I'm going to give you, leave your chairs, move around, and find one person whom you are, if they are your friends, comfortably fine, that's okay. But I really want this group needs to move around, because I know they're all my friends. Okay. I'm going to give you 2 minutes, and then we're going to come back and discuss that. share their experience before we move on to the next part of it. Anyone? Yes, please.
I was telling my friend that immediately after you read that question, the teacher who came to my mind was my high school history teacher. And the reason was his appreciation and recognition to every single effort that I put in my life.
Exactly. Now you think about, do you want to be that teacher when child would be sitting in one of the session like this and they're talking about you? Do you want to make a difference? Do you want to teach them empathy? Because the world we are living in, AI world I should say, emotions, empathy have taken a backstage, right? So what we can do difference to work on that level? Anyone else? One more experience? Anyone? Yeah, please.
So for me, when I was a kid, I was extremely shy. And at that time, like the teachers were not communicating a lot with the shy kids. So till grade 5, like no teacher ever said my name or called me out or even had a conversation with me. But when I reached grade 5, the only teacher who ever gave me a chance was my English teacher. Was my English teacher. So that's why today I am now an English teacher.
Oh, well done, superb.
And I'm making sure that in my classes, no kid ever goes through this experience where the teacher never says his name. They need to hear us saying their name or at least having a short little conversation with them. More than educating them, we need to have conversation.
Perfect, perfect. I agree with you on that. Oh, you have the same experience. Amazing. We're going to move on to the first scenario. This is a teacher, okay? I want you to think about 3 questions when I'm going to say that to you. How would a student feel? What behavior might follow? What impact on learning? Okay? Open your books to page 34. You should already know this. Stop talking and get on with it. If you're stuck, read the instructions again. I'm going to give you 2 minutes to think about it. These 3 questions. How would a student feel? What behavior might follow? What impact on learning?
I don't need 2 minutes. Can I answer some questions there?
Yes,
I
please.
think you've lost the kids right at the start. You've lost the students because the students are instantly not interested. Half will be distracted because they may not even understand it, even though you've said you know this, and you're not giving proper instruction individualized to meet whatever needs you have in that classroom. So you've already lost the learning and no impact is on any.
Perfect. Yes, you want to say something?
I think that, yeah, if that's how you always do it. But I sometimes do that in my class. But as I say, I teach grade 11s and 12s. I have a routine in my class, and there are times that's appropriate. So
I agree. I completely agree because you already built that relationship.
Build that relationship. If you've done it, then you can do that. But if you haven't built the routine, built the relationship, then that's a no-go.
Boom, that's gone. That's gone the first go. Yes.
As like my experience in this, especially, I have English teacher. She came directly, open the book, like page this. I open sheet on, for example, 34. I open 36. I'm very naughty girl before. Maybe every time Marwa go out because of this only. Because it's very strict. Only like come, I'll give you the exam and like this and go. That's it.
So
this is very bad.
Exactly, and you remember that.
Yeah,
kids do remember good and bad experiences. Although they won't share their bad experiences, they will share their good experiences. But you need to understand when a child is in grade 5 and we are thinking, I still remember my grade 5 teachers. I still remember the teachers whom I love and the one I'm scared of, you know. And that's what we have to build in our classrooms. And I know many of you already know that. But you know, sometimes if somebody else is telling us that, we understand better. You know, I'm going to give you the next scenario and think about this again. Good morning, everyone. Today's task can feel tricky, and that's okay. Let's look at it together. If you're unsure, put your hands up. I'm here to help. Anyone would like to say something? Yes.
Directly I will raise my hand and I will start talking about what I did in my morning, Teacher, I do like this, I wake up, so I feel good and I will be excited to see what she wants to do.
You will be excited to come next day to school as well.
Exactly.
Yes?
She asking about
Exactly.
everybody will feel is talking about what I'm feeling.
And I
Yeah.
feel comfortable making a mistake or making.
Oh, yes,
Because
yes.
It's a little tricky. So if I made a mistake in that sort of environment, I'd still be okay.
And it's okay to make mistakes. We make mistakes. I mistake every day, to be really honest with you. We all. And she knows better because she's my best friend. Yes, Ms. Rana.
Empathy in that.
Exactly. You picked the right word, empathy, yes. Yes.
Mistake in this life, she is angel only.
Exactly. And that's not possible. Yes, Ms. Rana.
I'm looking specifically at let's look at it together.
Oh, exactly. Let's work together.
Not only is that encouraging, so the student feels safe, but the student will want to learn. So the behavior might follow when he wants to learn.
Exactly.
One word for this is inclusive. Everybody's included and giving their positive.
Amazing. Yes. Yes.
Also, this statement shows trust.
Trust.
The child will feel trust. Will trust the teacher.
Exactly.
To talk and raise their hand.
Perfect. Okay. Now it's a silent reflection time. Think about it. Write one word. I'm going to give you the post-it note of short phrase for each prompt. I'm going to say to classroom as a student. I'm going to say as a student, and I'm going to give you the post-it note. Or do we have? Yeah. Do we have some? Okay, I'm going to give these. Can you guys write somewhere or no? Is it possible? Yeah? No? Not possible? Wait, hold on. I'll give you the one that is open. Okay. You can pass. Yeah. That is the next task on Padlet. Because this is discussion one. Okay. If you need some pencils. And you have to share that, with a different partner, not the same one, whatever you're going to write. Okay? So there will be 2 classrooms. I'm going to say the first classroom, and you can write one word or phrase to describe that classroom, about that student, what that child is feeling, and same with the second classroom, okay? And with the second student. Yeah? Are we ready? Okay.
Anybody else need a post-it note?
Good? Okay, I'm going to say now. You walk into class feeling unsure. You did not understand yesterday's lesson. The teachers start talking without looking up. No one checks if you're okay. You stop trying. Think about one word or short phrase to describe this student. Do you want me to repeat again?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. You walk into class feeling unsure. You did not understand yesterday's lesson. The teacher starts talking without looking up. No one checks if you are okay. You stop trying. Think about one word and phrase. And then if you're ready, I'm going to say the second classroom now. Sorry? Yeah, we're going to share. There's another classroom. So 2 classrooms, okay? Ready for the second one? You walk into classroom feeling unsure. The teacher greets you by name and said, if today feels hard, that's okay. We will work through it together. You feel calmer, you want to try. I want you to work as group on this. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm not going to put you. Okay.
I'm going to work with this group here.
Okay, fine. You're going to work on this. Yes. 4. Rana, you can come here. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah? So you're in the group. Share your answers. in your group. 1, 2, 3, start. Okay? Two, three, 4, and 5. I've already discussed some of the answers. Somebody would like to say from this side? Miss Abby?
Yeah, definitely. We've had the first scenario which left people confused, unsure, and not feeling trusted. And in the second scenario, ladies, you shared, please. You had some great answers.
Love and the trust.
Love and the trust. What would you like to, let me just give you an extended question. If you have to suggest these two teachers how the kids are, they are dealing with every day. Sometimes they don't share what they're feeling, especially to, what suggestion would you like to give to these teachers in both the classroom? One suggestion. Anyone would like to?
I think as a teacher, it's important for us to mirror the students. And I was saying earlier that we need to be a performer to an extent. So at least observe and adapt to the students themselves.
Yes.
As a teacher, whatever you like for yourself, do it for another.
Exactly. How you feel. Exactly.
You don't want for yourself someone shout to you, don't shout to people.
Simple, simple. If you want someone else to treat you nicely, you have to give that too. Especially with our leaders. Sometimes you say, I don't think the head of primary or head of secondary is saying the right things. I'm not happy about it. I'm like feeling really stressed out. I think she doesn't like me. We think about that. Especially in the workplace where we are packed up from morning till evening. Same with the child.
Some people, they are thinking like a child is very small, he will not understand. But that
Oh my God, they do. They do.
Because it's white, inside is paper white. Whatever you write there, it will be stick there only.
Exactly.
Because from all this, what I told you is from like 10 years old. I'm 31 now. See, 21 years, I never forget that teacher till now.
I think no one, even many of us would love to share the experiences, the good ones, but we still feel kind of shy or don't want to share our bad experiences, But we do have those experiences. We have seen where we have not given the chance in the class, although we were capable of that time. But can we make the change? Can we be a better teacher? Yes, we can. We can work on ourselves so that the students who are in the classroom won't feel the same what we felt when we were in school. You know?
Not only because of teachers, see, we can do this also outside with the
Exactly, exactly.
If the teacher, another teacher, she treats her son is like that, she will feel bad.
True.
So it should be all the same thing. What you treat people, treat inside also.
Exactly. Wow, well done. It's amazing. Thank you so much for sharing that. Yes, please, yeah.
Just remember, guys, sometimes that child, you might be the one person that they trust or they're feeling happy to come and see. Prior to them entering your classroom, we don't know what's happened.
Yeah.
They may have gone through, various steps of difficulty just to get into that classroom and then think, oh, I can see that teacher for 5 minutes, I can be happy or comfortable. But just think, you might not be having a good day, but that child's looking forward to seeing you.
True. Anyone would like to share something? It's quite quiet here. Anyone would like to?
I want to relate to what she
Yeah,
said.
okay.
I used to be a first and second grade teacher.
Okay.
And then I transferred to a literacy teacher. So I only saw certain groups, but I saw all the children from every class. So it's like 7 first grade classes, 7 second grade classes. And not only that, I spent lots of time with them outside of that. Till this day, they have moved on to grade 4 and grade 5 in the same school, and every time they see me, the whole class, they all shouting my name, they're telling me, come, let's sit with us, because I always make sure, like you said, know their names, relate to them, talk to them, learn what's going on with them. They're going around saying certain words. The other teachers have no idea what they're saying.
True,
and I say, hey,
true.
stop with that brain rot. Teacher, how do you know that? I have to, because I'm interacting with you every day. I have to know what's going on. So
True. That connection is so important, especially in the world we are living in. Believe me, we're at home when we go back home. How much we talk to our kids? We have given, the moment you give that iPad in their hands, we lost it. We lost them. Okay, he's just told me that I have to hurry up. Okay, I want you to scan this. It's about feel, behave, learn. So there are 2 or 3 questions. If you can answer that, that will be great. I'll try to read from my phone though. Once you are done, just let me know. And we will read some because its internet is still not working on my laptop. I can't read some of the answers. Okay, I'm going to wind up now. You want me to read some? Okay. Okay. I got Miss Rana has written the way we speak to them. That matters a lot. Tone in our voices influence how they feel and therefore in turn how they respond to us. And then we have positive energy, support. It's you? Amazing. Trust by Miss Abby. Students feel motivated and ready to accept the challenges and the learning begins. Umehani. So I'm going to thank you so much. I will be sharing all this with you. If you can just evaluate the session just scan this and just whatever you think went on well, where you think we need to work on the next time. And I'll be sharing all the links, the PowerPoint and everything on this. So you can view all this over here. If you can save this somewhere on your phone, you will see everything, the pictures and everything you can see. Yes. Yeah, it's Padlet.